Hello, hello! Welcome, one and all. Welcome to my stream. I am Paladin Ashe, here to stream for you again. And today we're getting back into it with Satisfactory. Hopefully, I can get myself a good stream in this coming week ahead. I'm literally one stream away from, hitting affiliate. But it starts to drop off by, like, the beginning of next week, which is kind of lame. But whatever. I'll see what I can do, but yeah, whatever happens, happens. C'est la vie. But we're going to get back into it with Satisfactory. I have various stuff to do today, various things that need doing. I need to potentially set up AI limiters because that could be really useful for getting smart splitters out into the works. Because those are super duper useful down the line. I won't be able to make programmable splitters for a good long fucking while, but still, having the access to smart splitters would be nice. But more than that, I need to gain access to standard foundry work, so I'm gonna have to set up... I think I've already got... Did I set up iron and steel? I cannot remember. I think I had the beginnings of it set up, but then I tangented elsewhere. Yeah, I see no wires coming out this way. Nothing is as yet set up. Do I have the resources to set down miners? I do. Fuck off. Where'd you go? Ow! I want to get into logistics 3 by the first hour of this stream. Because while I have some recipes for... Do I reinforced? Yeah, okay, I've got the more efficient plating recipe in my opinion, but still. So this is a pure node. Before I put down any conveyor belts, I need some reinforced plates. Do I have the resources to make reinforced plates? I could, but I don't even have the resources to make a lot of conveyor belts. Fuck. Came all this way for nothing. I may as well start plunking down, Let's see. Also, not sure if you can hear it. Probably can. I've instilled background music for this stream, which is not going to show up on the VOD. But that's all to the good because it won't get muted that way. Ah, yes. I'm making reinforced plates here. I don't need many reinforced plates. I just need reinforced plates. But yeah, the reason I need reinforced plates right now is because, unfortunately, since this is a pure node, I can't exploit the totality of it at this level. Alright, I should grab this. What I mean by that is that a pure node at this level yields 120 resources per unit, cycle. And that is a problem because the baseline... I mean, I do have the tech. It's just that the resources for, like, tech 2, conveyor belts are kind of asinine. They're all reinforced plates, and reinforced plates take a while to produce. The actual cost and resources to make them is minuscule, but they take an agonizing amount of time just to pump out, like, a couple. Whereas you get, like, dozens of plates. Or, for that matter, you get, like, 15 steel girders per unit production. Which is why I need to get to the steel foundry up and going today. But anyways, the basic logic here is that I will run a conveyor belt 2, which can carry 120 resources, to a splitter. Not very far, because you don't really need it to be that far. And once it's connected and set up and all that jazz, you can just switch to the Tech 1s. And at some point, maybe upgrade them, but you don't need to do that for a good long while. Get up. Get up. There we go. Because as it is, the the mining machine Tech 1s only yield as much as 120. And I don't have the tech to get the Mark II yet. Okay. So those are set up to be fed off of. Yeah. I think there's a Tech 7, but I've never touched it. And the reason is quite literally because getting into Tech 7 required so much additional stuff. And I was impatient and in my original playthrough of this game, I would set up a purpose-made, fab line in the grasslands to make, the materials for my phase. But, you'd need so many of them that would take so long. And so, I'd end up just dithering about in-game a whole lot, just, letting it percolate. I think I, played this game in the background while we were watching, anime and shit like that, and just didn't really, do much in the game while it did that. But I'd rather not do that this time around. But, point is, I didn't want to do that at the time. And as a result, I never reached Tech 7. So, I'm pretty sure Tech 7 conveyor belts go as high as, 1,200 resources. Which is about the cap of how many resources you can get in, out of a pure node of ore. And I mean, you can overclock those miners, but past that point, you're essentially getting nothing for the input. So yeah, you always have to remember the limits of your conveyor belts and your pipes, because those are your veins, basically. Those are your hard cappers for what you can do. You can produce as much as you like with an overclock, but that won't mean anything if you are basically just suffocated by your conveyor belts. So let's see. Minor one. And minor two. Ah, that could have been bad. I should put down power. But yeah, that subject aside, how's your day going, EA? Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's still working. And can you hear that? I set up background music for the stream. Hence why you can hear like lo-fi beats in the background that sound kind of vaguely like the Elder Scrolls music. If you can hear that at all. There we go. So I won't need these for a bit. Fair enough. Why am I going out this far? Those are Mark IIs. I don't need Mark IIs. I'm really desperately not trying to not fall into the trap of the Mark II because it is such a resource hog. Actually, do I even have the resources for the foundries? Right, I need rotors and frameworks. Did I set up framework fabs? Okay, there we go. I should set up storage for those. Okay, so I've got that. And I'm pretty sure this is rotors. Yeah, this is rotors. Okay. So I've got the resources I need. I never set up a cement production. Let's see. Iron. I wish there was a way to look up how many, like, alt recipes you've got. I should set up... I should just set up a concrete fab over here somewhere. There's a normal concrete node that I can exploit over this way. It's right around the river bend, I guess. It's over here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, that's normal. Then again, there's also a, I should run the... You know what? Actually, screw this one. Where is that pure one? It's up here somewhere. Over there. So this is a pure node, so it could yield 120, but yeah, it's helpful. It allows you to, like, find things in the area. It doesn't tell you node purity, but if you're just trying to find something, you know, that's, like, more than useful. Plus, it has a hell of a range. Like, if I was over by that sort of, like, arch there, I could still detect the coal nodes that are in the valley over there. And if you have a good idea of what's where, you also then know, you know, how to find your way around. Okay. Right. Production, construction. Now let's take a look. Concrete, concrete, concrete. Wish I could just click it onto there, but whatever. Let's put that concrete, 15 per minute. Concrete's for a bunch of things. It is, of course, used for foundation blocks, but it's also used in making reinforced steel beams, which the Mark IV logistical conveyor belt is reliant on. Yeah. You know, it's a whole thing. Yeah, where is... Power lines are nearby. Ah, yes, they're over there. Where's one that I can tap into? You. You know, for a game that's made with the idea of, like, ecological destruction being, like, you know, a bad thing, it's one of those that's, like, allegedly the intended message you're supposed to take away from all this fun. Is that, like, industry destroys nature, etc. But it's like, okay, but I don't have to destroy anything past the biofuel stage. Hell, you can just build on top of trees. There's nothing stopping you. I should go back up there and tune that down to about 45. Or, actually, wait. Better solution. Yeah. Then again, I might be like, you know, just misconstruing developer intent for player interpretation of developer intent, which, in my opinion, is an insidious thing. These people will literally be all like, oh yeah, they meant this. And it's like, did they though? Did they? There we go. Ow. Okay. But yeah, you end up using a lot of concrete towards, like, the latter periods. Like, I mentioned encased, steel beams, and those are super useful. But there's a lot of alternative recipes that are reliant on concrete. And some are just genuinely very efficient. Downside of concrete is it doesn't produce very many in a single go. Anyways, where was I? Right. Man, I can't wait until I actually have some reasonable tech to work with. I hate that did not click properly. Okay. I need more concrete. That's what that whole sojourn was about, but I know for a fact that I've got an old repository of concrete over by my original base. And I've got all this copper over here. What does... Oh, right. AI limiters. That can come after, but for now... That'll allow me to get smart splitters. And smart splitters are very useful because they allow you to... over here. Right. They allow you to basically be like, say, like a resource will go a certain way, or everything else will go another way, or overflow will go a certain way. It only gives you about 3 options, like in terms of like which ways things can go, but like, actually see about like if I can afford to make that now. All right, I already got the thing for that. That would be workshop, wouldn't it? Yeah. Ah, okay. I need a Xenozapper. Okay. That reminds me. Alien megafauna. Right. I'll get that in a moment. Get back into my hand. Now, it's not as useful when you don't got awesome power towers set up. But it's a start. Power towers are much more convenient for that sort of thing because whereas, as you saw, I was being bumped off of my placement by smacking into, like, the power poles. Power towers don't have that problem. Plus, you can also build ones with a platform around them, which I kind of do exclusively because why wouldn't you? I don't really see a reason why you wouldn't. Unless you're making them, like, across, like, a bunch in a small area. Anyways, let's bring those conveyor belts over here. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. I need to start setting up some stuff for you know, my pocket storage. Those are cables. Those are empty. Those are beams. Are these plates? These are plates. Okay, I need to get this shit out of my inventory. And this shit too. And this shit too. One sec. Okay, that's there. I can bring the... Well, whatever. I'll bring these up too. Production, foundry. Steel ingot. I should find another... There's one. Oh. Okay, where was I? Okay, that's the iron. Okay, I need a workshop for a moment. Crafting bench. That's the absolute limits of what I can do. Okay. Kind of slapdash, but I'll take it. I generally try to avoid intersections of conveyor belts because, well, conveyor belts are a way of getting around too, but also it just looks unpleasant. What do you mean? Thing about the like belts intersecting is it doesn't really influence what they do. They still achieve their intended goal. Like I could put this belt like this, and even if it like intersects, it doesn't cause any real problems. It's just a matter of, do you really want it to look like that? This is your factory after all. Okay, so that's hooked up. That's hooked up. Got two that are overclocked. Now let's see. This is pure construction at this point. pipes. Those take 30. Construction. Those take 60. Alright, yes, this is also where I started using summer sloops. The cool S's. Let's see. Construction. Let's also put a splitter here. I said a splitter. Since I currently... Yeah, actually, I still need pipes. 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 Steel beams. Merger. Oh yeah, I haven't even really made much of a dent into it. Okay. 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 And that should be all on. Take a look at that. Yep. That bump there represents everything activating. So while that's doing its thing, let me actually set up the makings of... I'm gonna have to go back... Oh, I don't have to go anywhere. I'm gonna have to set up a shop here. Did I? Yeah, I broke them down. And that's super duper empty and not really super duper necessary, so I can break it down. These are both impure, so I can place them down. That's under production. Merger. The factory goes well. Hey, honey. Hope your afternoon's going well, okay? And I appreciate you for tuning in after I malded yesterday. Let's see. I could just set up the constructor here. Copper for sheet. Okay, yeah. I have an alt file, hence why I'm checking that, because I can't even remember what alternative recipes I've got. Why? Oh. I need reinforced plates. Also, I don't think I set up the background music thing correctly. Because I got, like, music playing, and it is being detected by the audio capture that I have for it, but it's set to not release into the VOD, but I think that's also translating to just not releasing onto the actual broadcast. C'est la vie, I'll have to look into it more. I want to figure out how some motherfuckers are out there blaring actual copyrighted music and then having it not show up on the VOD and also not get muted. Where am I going with that? All right, yeah. Okay, that's why I couldn't produce the constructor. So let's see. Oh, right. It's irrelevant to produce the constructor because I gotta produce the smelter. And the smelter can take all of this copper. Oh, wait, no. It can take 2. Okay. I didn't actually need to merge these together, but at the same time, might be better to just have the smelters up there. Because this defile, as one might call it, is kind of annoying. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Two more. So is Star Citizen... Hey, hon, is Star Citizen actually, like, a playable game by this point? Because I was under the perception that it's, like, a turbo, never even entering early access sort of thing. I think Nightbot already deleted that on the Twitch end. Let me just double check. Go to the thing. Yeah, it deleted it. I appreciate Nightbot on the times that it works. Okay. We got 2 smelters for copper, and they are both going to be producing for copper foil. What? Since when? I didn't know I could do that. Let's see. Just heard in Kirsch's stream that the U.S. Patent Office is re-looking at the patent that they gave Nintendo without even checking if it holds any credibility because of the outrage that people did, which is great. Honestly, yes. Look, whatever, Japan can do whatever it wants because sovereign nation, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, when they start reaching out onto, like, North American soil, it starts to become offensive. It's like, I'm sorry, we're not doing this. You want to have, like, a borderline corrupt political system? Be my guest, but that's not going to influence here. Go fuck yourself. Right. I put that wrong. Oh, right. Murder. Honestly, in general, I'm not the biggest fan of copyright law. Like, if I can be political on Maine for a moment, my low stakes to me issue is that I feel like copyright law is kind of a fucking joke. Because it really just exists to browbeat somebody for trying to access something that, if we're being truthful, entered the common domain like 40 years ago. But, like, the only reason it hasn't is because of, like, political kickbacks here or there. And, like, in the case of Nintendo, they very, very overtly have been like, oh, hey, yeah, we just came up with this patent, so you broke this patent. It's like, no, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this fucking works. And how dare you for even trying to make it work that way? It literally only works in Japan because they're a fucking, like, economic marvel, and that's it. You know, they got that juicy, you know, kickback for being, you know, the good boys or what have you. I don't fucking know. And it's so frustrating. Foil, foil, foil. Yeah, Disney's another good one. Like, it's so asinine. And the thing is, from what, like, I've heard, fucking Disney lobbies the shit out of the US government to keep their fucking copyrights, properly theirs. Almost in perpetuity. Like, a change in the law, a ruling made there. It's such horseshit. And, like, I know I'm being basically the biggest bitch about it, but, like, come on. It is the definition of protectionism to allow this sort of nonsense. So they're producing 20 a minute. 60. So if that's producing 60, and I'm consuming as much as 30 here. Hey, Chanka. How goes? Okay, that's a slow amount. I woke up from a nap. Was it a good nap, though? Noise, noise. So that's producing 60 a minute. That is producing 15 per minute. I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with the inefficiencies of this. Good nap's a good thing to have. Yeah, okay. Coil around here, get into there. Hey, can you get out of the way? There we go. Ugh, okay. I'm weirdly stoked about that class I'm going to be taking in a few weeks, hon. Actually, I have a few classes coming up, but still. One's on the 17th, and it's embroidery. Yeah, I feel my gayness increasing by, like, the moment that I, like, engage in my hobbies, my new ones. The other one is learning how to, is me basically sewing a fucking apron. It's a project to do, and it's fun. Weirdly expensive, though. Like, you'd think, oh yeah, I'll just sew a thing for myself by hand, but, shit you not. Yo, we benefit so fucking hard as the little guy from people selling fucking t-shirts for 20 bucks. It's a shit t-shirt, but it's a t-shirt nonetheless. Right. Why am I over here? Yeah, I've got an embroidery class on the 17th, but that's not for making t-shirts. That's for just making, like, embroidery on a hoop. You know, those things that grandmothers make, so, you know. You're always like, Ash, you have the energy of a Jewish grandmother, and I'm like, you know, I should embrace that. I should sit there while, like, embroidering, like, a live, laugh, love sort of thing, and then be like, guilt trips you into oblivion. Yeah, I mean, that's genuinely a truth of it. Like, okay, Gunpla and Legos make sense because, you know, Lego is already expensive at the baseline, and then once you get into things like collector's sets, like the Millennium Falcon. I mean, it's the unfortunate side of things is that the Chinese sweatshop brings down the bottom line by, or the, like, the ceiling price by basically, like, screwing over the little guy and engaging in essentially economic, ball shuffling. That's not the right word. It's that whole, like, scam where you shuffle a ball around and try to trick a person into thinking that they're under any of the cups. But, like, it's like the whole... well, not economic warfare, but, like, my point is, like, you basically bring down the price by doing, the raw production in another country. And somehow the cost to transport the resources for this shit over land is not a factor that you have to consider. Like, China makes raw goods. A lot of raw goods. Are they good goods? They're Chinese made. They're hot and they're ready. That's all you fucking need to know. Unfortunately, you actually do need to know more. There's a reason why there's that, like, rant on Reddit about, never learning Chinese. You know, because they will screw you. They will screw you hard. But, like, getting imported fabrics of any kind is expensive. Like, if I just want to make a standard cotton shirt, that'll fit me, because I'm a fat ass, I'm going to need 2-ish yards at a minimum. And 2 yards of, like, any fabric can easily, like, okay, I'm making a t-shirt in my class on Saturday. I'll finish it off this Saturday, and that will be the last class for that particular one. But, the other ones I'm enrolled in are separate, but at the same place. But, like, it cost me 90 bucks for, like, 2.5 yards of French terry. Which you might think, oh, that sounds really, like, illustrious. I mean, it's a nice type of fabric, but it has no print on it. It's not made to look like fabulous. It's just really, soft. And that's it. Soft and stretchy. It's a knit fabric. 90 fucking bucks for 2.5 yards of this. 2.5 yards at 60 inches wide, I should point out. Now, yeah, that's also true. It was funny. So this is like place up in Campbell River that's about 40 minutes north of me, 30 minutes on a good day. They are a fabric store, and they're called Discovery Fabrics. And they I heard that at one point somebody asked them if they could get like a few yards of a type of fabric that they didn't have in stock in. And she was just like, I need you to understand, I have to order this shit by the bolt, like by the thousands of yards. I can't just get you 2.5 yards of this shit. I have to like buy a whole ass bolt. You're asking a tall order there. So that's like basically how it goes. And I'm in basically one of those cases where like, it's one of those hobbies where when you get into it, part of getting into it is learning like the ins and outs of how to get the good deals, where to get good fabric. A lot of people thrift cloth. Yeah, if it was just in stock, they could have just bought it outright. Asking for like 2.5 yards, no big whoop. They just be like, we got that. Slices off to 2.5 yards. But like, if it's not in stock, you're asking like, can you get this back in stock again? And it's like, I don't know. So this shit is only seasonal. The people in the hobby are really nice, though. A machine will run you expensive. Like, it will run you money. In the triple dollar signs, if not the quadruple dollar signs. But you can generally get one used pretty easily because they're all over Facebook Marketplace. The refurbished machines are sold by shops and even by the main retailer all the time. And in addition to that, fucking actually, in my case, my mother gave me a machine. My mother has pretty decent money because she's near to retirement and worked her entire life as an accountant. But also, my grandfather, I wouldn't call him rich loaded, but I would call him pretty decently financed by the end of his life. And all of his kids got a chunk of cash. Not like infinite money. Not even like, buy large mansions money. But like enough money that if you used it well, you would be like well suited for the rest of your life. Now, again, used it well being the proper term. I have an aunt who's insane, for a lack of a better word. Actually, no, that's the best word, because my mother recently, she was like, I locked all the doors, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then told me that she was like disconcerted about like some messages my aunt was sending her. During the closing weeks? You mean like of like tax season? Or do you mean struggles financially? Because all my life, my mother's basically like, I can never tell you when her busy season ends because it seems to always be on. Yeah, it takes a while to get to a point of being like genuinely well off as an accountant. Like, you don't just manifest your clientele and you don't just manifest the skills. My mother has a lot of like clients she does taxes for. She does payroll every week for a business. Payroll accounting is its own like thing that like absorbs time and energy, blood, sweat, and tears. But like, my mom's basically gotten to a point in her life where she's started to look towards actually enjoying it. Before her eyes started to go bad, she's still into it, but before her eyes started to go bad, she was really into photography. And like, she'd put off her hobbies and whatnot for like most of our lives. But then like in the middle 2010s, actually early 2010s, she had a massive like serious medical episode. Not like a heart attack or anything like that. Found out she almost contracted cancer. That level of massively serious. And decided to start like making time for herself. Okay, so you don't mean struggle, you mean like crunch time for the job. Yeah, my mother was fine, and the fact that like she was put in the position that like she was surrounding her health at all is a whole story that like makes me kind of mad. Because like, we have universal medical care here, and you know, we have doctors, but it can be a pain in the ass to get a new doctor. So if you've got a shit doctor, you're kind of screwed over with that. Well, we had a shit doctor before we moved to North Van. Dude basically was kind of a pill pusher. Like, if you're a little bit depressed, he'll recommend you pills for being a little bit depressed. Not like clinically depressed, just like your mother's dying, or you're dealing with like the stress at work. And like, that's not a healthy way to handle things. He's the reason why my medication that I was on until I was about 15 shuffled around a bunch without any real justification to it. But I digress. I'm so off topic right now. Yeah, my mother gave me the machine that I got by she basically was like, buys the machine and had used it a little bit, but like her vision had gone way bad and she couldn't use it as much as she wanted. Let's see. Works at this, but they have employees that are sometimes just bad, and that should cost him his license. Yeah, it really should cost a doctor his license. But it rarely fucking does. Like, okay, in late elementary school, he shuffled me off of, I was on Dexedrine at the time. You know, not terribly much of it, but still on Dexedrine. Dexedrine is one of those, like, cases of basically meth. You know, like, there's very little that differentiates it from, like, actual methamphetamines. And one of the features of methamphetamines, or, you know, like actual pharmaceutical ones for like, you know, ADHD and stuff like that, is it suppresses your appetite. So I was about like 8 years old and underweight. And so he kind of just puts me arbitrarily on another medication that boosts appetite. So I ballooned in weight, like, over like a period of 6 months, because I was always fucking hungry. And in addition to that, I was also suffering from like, I was suffering from like inability to fall asleep, insomnia. So I would just stay up and just habitually eat as I watched TV. And then in early high school, he put me on a medication that he hoped would make me more sociable. I think it was metformin. or Wellbutrin. I can't quite remember which. But, yeah, that didn't go well for me either. Because I proceeded to be on that medication, and it destroyed my bowels. Like, we're talking, like, I was in band class, and the vibrations of everybody playing their instruments would make me need to go to the bathroom. I became a master grade in holding them. And it was not a happy period in my life. Like, I would visit my dad on the weekends, and we'd go on walks, and I'd, like, get only so far and be like, I need to go to the bathroom right now. It was not a happy period in my life. But anyways, the thing that this dude did that, like, really makes me mad is, like, told my mother she was bleeding internally in a womanly way. You know, as in, like, in her uterus. And you'd think somebody would be like, I shall send you to a specialist. No, he didn't fucking do that. He told her that he could not send her to a specialist until her, like, you know, numbers for her blood were back to normal. And then proceeded to basically tell her he couldn't do the workup either because he was not a specialist. Now, in America, we have a term for that. It's called the catch-22. You know, where you're damned if you do or you're damned if you don't. And, like, when I was entering college, keep in mind, we had moved when I was in middle high school. So I was, like, 15, and we moved. And until I was, like, first year college, we still had that same doctor who was, like, an hour out of our way to get to. So my mother, of course, didn't go to him very often. And I'm like, gets a mad fucking medical paranoia episode. Like, we're talking hugely bad. And I was like, we need to get a new doctor. Toot sweet, right now, because I have something wrong with me. And in between, you know, kind of just being like, you're being paranoid, she was like, okay, fine, we'll get a new doctor. And dude basically kind of fobbed me off, even though, like, that annoyed me all the same. But he basically gave her a proper checkout, sent her to a specialist, who sent her to have, an operation, or, like, you know, like, to be tested out. They found a polyp in her womb. That's kind of like a growth internally. And they're not a good thing, but they're not necessarily a bad thing. They're more like a potential sign of a thing, and they can become malignant. So she goes in, gets operated on for that, and it quickly goes from removing a polyp to doing a hysterectomy. Because after testing the polyp, they were like, that's starting to become cancerous. Like, the very tip of it was starting to become cancerous, and they were like, oh, shit. So that was the whole thing, and my mother had to take a whole, like, summer off of work. But, again, she's an accountant. She manages her finances well. And she proceeded to be like, yeah, okay, I think I need to start actually having a life outside my work. So she started going to this, like, photography camp, and the history was from there. Her eyes started going bad recently, so she can't do photography. But she still basically enjoys it to a certain extent. Give me more bolted plates. I want... Yeah, it's one of those... Yeah. I'm glad that my mother, was otherwise fine afterwards. Actually, it's kind of fucked. So she had, okay, kind of funny, unfunny story. She had pica. Now, pica is a symptom, a behavioral symptom of low blood iron. It's where you start kind of like instinctively trying to get your iron into your body by chewing on things that are kind of just like stupid to chew on. Some people will chew on plastic, dirt, nails. Why those things? I don't fucking know. It's very psychosomatic. In her case, she was chewing on ice. And she kind of just out of nowhere was just like, I've always liked chewing on ice. I'm going to spend my bonus from this year on an ice maker. And so she gets this ice maker. And it was pretty neat for the time that we used it. But then, like, she gets the operation. And it turned out that her pica was because of the bleeding internally. And she suddenly had high blood pressure. Because now her body was no longer just, like, self-medicating itself with internal bleeding. So she has to go in and, get blood drawn periodically. And she's on blood pressure meds. But yeah, it's like suddenly after that, no interest in chewing on ice as like a mouth thing. Just like no interest in that anymore. So it's like funny, unfunny in a sort of way. Because nothing with my maternal family is ever simplistic. I always liken it to like my maternal and paternal family as being kind of similar in temperaments to, like, say, the Shivering Isles in Oblivion. Not to that extreme, but I mean, like, split down the middle between dementia and mania. You know, kind of dour versus very vibrant and kind of manic. Why am I at this? I don't have the resources I need for that yet. Actually, I probably do. But I'm gonna get Logistics 3.
Milestone reached. Improved storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving...
Okay. This one.
Speed is of the essence after all. So
I already have the resources for that.
every person you have ever or will ever love is depending solely on the choices that you make.
Yeah.
Because they are. Warning. Fix-it
I'd prefer to be like an in-between of the two because my maternal family can be a bit cray-cray at the best of times.
Hard work has
Like,
to be the best
love them to bits. Love them to bits.
to work.
But good fucking God. I mentioned, like, I have a crazy aunt who genuinely believes that my mother is, like, the head of a conspiracy out to, like, ruin her life. And she lies almost habitually about the things that went on in her past. Like, we're talking, like, we'll say something for attention, and if called on it, we'll say to that person, actually, you're right, I was lying about that because different version that implicates you. Like, she once claimed that my eldest aunt took her to a party. Keep in mind, there's a hefty gap between, my crazy aunt and my eldest aunt. My eldest aunt was, like, already out of the house when my crazy aunt was, like, 12 or 13 years of age. And she once told my late grandfather that she'd been taken to a party by my eldest aunt and TOS violated by a group of men. And my mom, of course, was like, Dad, do you really believe that? Even for a moment? And it's like, actually, yeah, in retrospect, it is very far-fetched. Why would a 20-something-year-old bring a 12-year-old unprompted to a party? But my mom brought this up with my crazy aunt. And my crazy aunt was like, actually, yeah, it didn't happen that way. You were there and you were goading them. It's like, excuse me? Yeah, also she's assaulted my mother before. Like, punched her in the face with no provocation. But then there's my other aunts who are their own, like, freneticness. Like, I have one aunt who's very Susie homemaker, and she's always been kind of a lot. Like, likes to entertain people, likes to do things by hand, likes to, make canned goods and whatnot. And that's fine. But also, like, when we were staying at their place one time for, like, Christmas, she was like, to my mom, could you, like, make breakfast for them? And she's like, yes, but I will not have the kids helping me out in the kitchen. Because my aunt would make, like, a whole thing about, like, involving the kids in the kitchen. And my mother did not want the stress and did not want the risk. Also, my cousin via that aunt suffers hallucinations and would beat on her younger brother. She doesn't do that anymore, but, like, she is prone to her, like, emotional mood swings. I'd like to say I've inherited the emotional stability of my father's side, but probably a bit more of the vibrancy of my mother's side. Okay. I have how many rotors? I need 200. And frameworks. And shit. Okay, let's see. Okay, I've got that. Yeah, that's some, like, basic stuff. It's mostly making my rotors, my frameworks, my plates, my rods. I'd really like to start getting shit shoved into the awesome sink, so I can start getting coupons, so I can start getting the good shit for making factories. The accessory stuff that, like, really helps with setting it up in a really skookum way. Okay, now I need the pipes. The pipes. The pipes. Launch. On the list of forgotten characters from DBZ. Like, genuinely, there's a character who disappeared. Oh, the green stuff? That's a poisonous gas. I do need my coupons. Like, sincerely, you need your coupons to get some, like, really good stuff for setting up the actual factories. And some of the, like, the nicer, like, paints and stuff. Let me actually just show that a moment. This here is the awesome shop. You get your coupons from this over here. And you can use it to buy ornamental shit, mini games, stuff that helps with management, like clean pipes and stuff. Tension hand. I don't know. I vaguely remember her presence in, like, Dragon Ball. and her tendency to like freak out at like the most immediate notice. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to buy this. Do I got space? No, I don't got space. But I'll have space once I get these things over here. Boosh, 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 boosh.
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources
from
nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure.
Can I? Yeah, I can't make that yet, but...
Setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity.
Okay, I need...
It would only demotivate you.
Okay, I need that. Yeah, I think it was sneezing. Japan really liked that whole weird random occurrences change a character a whole lot thing in the past. Like, DBZ had the sneeze. Ranma 1/2 had, like, you know, being doused in cold or warm water. I remember there's like this CGI cartoon series here in North America, or might have been Canadian made actually, called Monster by Mistake, where a kid got like cursed, and the curse made it so that like every time he sneezed, he turned into a. Are you kidding me? I never set this up. Damn it. But anyways, it made it so that he would turn into a monster. Think like Sully from Monsters, Inc. Not particularly threatening, but they went on adventures. It was a time filler. It wasn't a bad fucking series, but, you know, it was early CGI cheese is what I'd call it. Okay, so how much do I need? I probably need a lot. I can't remember who was changed in Babylonia by the sneeze. All right, it was her. Man, Biker Mice from Mars and whatnot. Like, there's a bunch of 90s series that I didn't watch as much of because I didn't exactly know what channel they were on, or they, like, conflicted with something else. But, like, a lot of that stuff was baller. Mommy's Alive, I strongly remember, even though I had, like, maybe 13 episodes and never got a sequel season. It's one of those, like, genuine travesties that it didn't get continued.
Sam Fluctuator recipe unlocked. The Fluctuator can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric.
What's wild to me that the like spin-off series to The Mummy, which had no affiliation with Mummies Alive, basically like had like more than one season. I think it had 2 or maybe 3. I can never remember because like cartoon seasons were wild because like back then they had no consistency in length. One season could easily be 30 or 50 episodes, but also the time it would take for a new season to get released was like so phenomenally long. You'd feel like you were in like an eternity waiting for them. Like, one of the things that makes Atla stand out to people in their heads is quite literally because Atla was actually like the rare pearl of a series that had good writing, was like reasonably consistently, published, and had a fucking end. Okay, I've got the pipes. The pipes. I need encased. Okay, as soon as that final step goes there. Steel beams. Don't let your beams be dreams. Okay, got that. Now I need to make encased, and I need concrete. This is the impure node. 36 concrete is a pain in the ass. That's right, pop, goddammit. Okay, so let's see. There we go. Itchy. Production. Let's get a minor 1 down. concrete, concrete, concrete. 45. That's 60 over there. Crack, crack, crack. Crackety, crack. Let's see. Let's put down... fuck. You. So together that's 60. 60, wait, no, that's 90. Can I find a slug nearby? There we go. Crafting bench. Do we got any more sluts over in the base? Any more sluts? No, not that one. Wait. Actually, yes, that one. Why are you directing me to that one? It's a Fine. Screw you. Power slug, slut, 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 power slut. Where's that power slut? It's beneath me. Okay, now where's the other one? Oh, right. There's like a gas thing down there. Ugh, can't get there. I got any power sluts in the chest over here? How about... I'm pretty sure I put another chest over this way. I want to overclock the machine. I don't want to have to make a bunch. I have a chest over here, right? There it is. Ow. No power sluts. Let's see. Oh, go away. There you are. Oh, right. I think there's a cave beneath me here. Power slut. Doop-de-doo. This is more than enough for now. We am gonna take fall damage. Yeah. At least I don't make the leg breaking sound from Minecraft. Minecraft is so hilarious because it's like such an odd like juxtaposition of, you know, peaceful and horrifying at times, because like you'll have that like really chill music, you know, that like, you know, gentle chiming piano theme, and then you'll fall off of a ledge and not even take much damage, but it'll be like five lines of code, and somehow, some way, the mob vote always goes to like the most milquetoast banal one nobody likes. Also, gotta face facts. If you're basically like, yeah, we'll make the like, you know, we're giving you a choice of complex mob and this fucking blob that took us 5 minutes to make. You know, which do you want? It's like, I wonder if the vote is rigged. Laziest developers ever. Like, maybe I'm being just a smidge unkind, just a smidge, but if you ask me, it's kind of horseshit that, like, there's like 1,000,001 fucking, you know, mods out there that do like twice again what has been done in a single year with Minecraft. Yeah, since Notch left, it's like, I remember a bunch of years back, they took his name off the company out of, like, spite. because he has political opinions that don't vibe with them. And it really did make for a good differentiation between Notch, Mojang and lazy Mojang. Like, congratulations, you don't even have legitimacy anymore. Right. I need contained Sam. Eh. I have all my bedding in the wash, and I'm gonna have to take a shower tonight. And the reason for that is because there's nothing more blessed than feeling softly cleaned linens all properly, put down tight on the bed, and you yourself are, as clean as the day. Well, actually, I came into this world looking nasty, so I'm pretty sure everybody else did. Oh no, it's such a vibe. It's a pain in the ass to do your laundry, but... And I say that being one of those bougie sods who has his own, washing machine in his home. I mean, I briefly spent time in an apartment that, required you to go somewhere else, but, I don't live like that anymore. Let's see. There we go. 30 a minute. I'm gonna have to put that down to probably 5. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. Yeah, that is exactly perfect. Okay. Let's, merger. Conveyor belt. Okay, there we go. There we go. It takes so much fucking limestone to make a singular thing of concrete. It's agonizing. Ugh. Okay, so let's see. Now how fast are you producing this stuff? 5 a minute. 5 a minute. So, 10 minutes? No, more like 20 minutes. Okay, now that that's set up. What am I over here for? Already got that stuff. What do I need for my pocket storage? Bunny hop. Bunny hop. Bunny hop. Technology. Okay, I need 11 of those and ball. Because ball is life. And I don't need to go over there. I don't need to go over there. I make it here. I make this stupid shit right here. Choo 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 choo. ADHD. Every time I lose attention. Okay, right, I need the ball. The balls are on the other side of the thing. Also, the balls are inert. Yeah, like, this game very much gives you, like, 1,000,001 tasks to do. And in between getting ready to wait, you know, you're also basically being like, I need to do this, I need to do that. I need to find a good time to go, you know, a Viking. Which is what I like to call it whenever I'm just, like, fucking off to explore. That started with, like, fucking Valheim, which is a great game for that. Quite literally just like, okay, I'm gonna go off on the ship and explore the map. Maybe I find something, maybe I die. Love you, honey. You get me. It's such a sweetie. Mwah. Let's see. Okay.
Dimensional Depot unlocked. SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements in one dimension, and the Mercer sphere allows it to be transferred and stored in another. Once parts are fed into the Dimensional Depot, they can be accessed by the Pioneer inventory and build gun system at any time, anywhere.
We see through the window. It is pathetic. Consume more blood. The glass will not shatter, the metal will not bend, the wood will not splinter. Weave.
Okay. Let's set up. I thought the AI thing proceeded to tell me to leave. And it's like, oh, weave. I never... Oh, I did. I did power this on. Sweet. Right. Caterium. I need reinforced plates because of course I do. There's a reason I'm glad that I'm bypassing it for the logistics stuff because it sucks to have to rely on it. Astonishingly, using fucking encased steel beams for like the next stage of conveyor belts is not as insufferable as reinforced plates. You end up needing to make a lot of it anyways. Reinforced plates. Also, one of the upticks of having it is that, like, by that point, you're able to convey a lot of materials. And that means you can basically make better fabs for these things. Currently, I am suffocated by the resource limits of pretty much everything. And how's this going along? Okay, that's 100%. Conveyor belts are so convenient because, like, it doesn't matter how long it takes stuff to transport over land to it, because in general, it transports pretty one-to-one to the minute. Like, once it starts feeding in, it just takes a bit for it to actually, like, get there. It's when you start having, like, additional stopgaps in there. Fluid's a bad one, of course, because, like, it can take a bit to, like, get to, like, full pump. And of course, you've got all the, like, the side bullshit to handle for it. Okay, so... I need more Mercer orbs. Ah, okay, there's one. There's one across a precipice. Ooh, a slut. Kind of wish I'd gotten the background music thing working on here, because I'm literally like listening to the vibe of like lo-fi, Elder Scrolls music, and it's such a chill vibe. Let's see. I'm tenuously hopeful because even like the developers from Bethesda straight up acknowledged that they had no idea how to make that game fucking fun. And in retrospect, they've commented on since then. And the thing is, like, it really comes down to one sec. It really comes down to how, like, they over-relied on procedural generation, and not even good procedural generation for the planets, because, like, No Man's Sky is procedural generation. But, like, while each world is basically kind of indistinct from each other, you're like, yo, there's enough variety in them to, like, yo, make an impact. And it's not like, it's not like they all look exactly the same. But there were a lot of worlds in No Man's Sky that basically had nothing going for them in terms of variety. Like, as far as like an open world goes, it lacked the variance of things to grab your attention. And that tends to be how open worlds are made. They have to have like a whole bunch of just random shit to keep your attention. The loot was especially bad because, like, okay, so like, I don't mind if sci-fi games have either big or low money sort of stuff. Like, I don't care if it's like a sci-fi game where everything's millions of credits, but millions of credits only buys you a fucking loaf of bread. Or if it's like done more like, say, like Elder Scrolls. What I care about is that they didn't really properly rationalize the two. Like, I remember one time, well, yeah, I know Starfield. But yeah, like, I remember one time in Starfield, or not Starfield. I remember this one reviewer who did tabletop gaming, and they reviewed the Star Wars RPG, which was basically like D&D, right down to like having like a fucking a page that was like the equipment guide or what have you, with just like sci-fi words on it. And the problem with all of this is that it was padded to hell and gone and didn't factor in the differentiations between setting. So like it really did feel like just like serial numbers filed off D&D. And that's what Starfield's base play feels like. Like, it's got stuff in it that's reasonably competent. But like, in general, fucking, you can tell that, like, they did not put much effort anywheres in the game. And it's a tragedy. If they'd, like, put more effort into, like, the general flying about, put more effort into, like, actually, like, one thing that, like, chaps my ass is that if you were to just try to fly from a planet, like, on impulse, and not jump drive to it, the game would basically, like, take its would not let you progress. Like, it would be like the infinite hallway from Mario. Yeah, that's what it would be like. And that bothers me because it really does basically just mean that your, like, procedurally generated worlds are just, like, individual, like, shitty open worlds. Like, not even good ones. Just, like, actually, like, low effort nonsense. That you're wasting people's time with. And, like, it was especially bad with the major city planets, because, like, one of the things that attracts me to an Elder Scrolls game or a Bethesda game is, like, the patches of civilization where you can interact with people and see shit and whatnot and get quests. Starfield had 3 or 4 of those, and then the closest you got to patches of civilization after that were randomly generated little, like, colony things in places.
Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue.
It was so fucking annoying.
Potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, thanks for that, Bethesda. You basically put no effort into your open world there. That's even before you get into things like the story being just actually kind of shit. You know, like, okay, I enjoyed some of the story, but I was infuriated by some of the story. Like, I always bring up the UC Vanguard, where, like, it really felt like somebody was, like, still bitter about, like, anti-vaxxers during, COVID. But, like, they conveyed it in the most, like, asinine fashion. That's the thing, the game didn't really technically have an end. They made a big deal about the fact that you could New Game Plus your way into, like, weird variants of reality, which was neat-ish until you realize that you're playing through this game doing the same shit over and over again just to, like, get a different version of its, like, reality, which is boring. Yo, not to mention the Dragon Shout system, which I refuse to call anything but, was fucking lame. Like, okay, in Skyrim, it genuinely was an interesting system and was cool. And getting, like, all the words from a shout and finally having that 3-word, like, dragon shout was cool. What wasn't cool was the fact that in Starfield, they expect you to do the game over and over again to actually get, like, your shouts powered up. So they're basically lame when you get them. And if you haven't played the game a million times, they're going to remain lame. The only thing that was, like, halfway decent is something that fucking No Man's Sky has proceeded to put out recently. The Corvette mechanic, which I'm honestly enthused by Light No Fire. Because here's the thing. They basically revamped their game model for Light No Fire. For the No Man's Sky. Just so that they could have shipbuilding in Light No Fire. Like, genuinely mad respect there. Yo, I have mad appreciation to developers who are like that. And yeah, No Man's Sky got Corvette building, which is basically shipbuilding from, like, Starfield. It's not as ridiculously robust, but at the same time, Starfield's shipbuilding was kind of overly aesthetic and not in the best of ways. Like, there's a lot of parts that are cool, but what do they really do? If you get that ship from doing the Lone Star crew or whatever, the cop ship, it's got, like, a unique module in it that's basically a brig. But you're never going to arrest a person. You're never going to stuff somebody into the brig. It's just there to have a brig. And once you've gotten, like, one of every, like, crafting bench in your thing, you're kind of golden. Yay, Smart Splitter.
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
Yeah, so, like, for curiosity's sake, I'll put one down if I can afford it. Okay, so this is Smart Splitter. You can configure them. They've got a left, a right, and a center output. So you can tell them to put a specific item out the left, or overflow, or any undefined, and or just have any or none. So you can just say nothing's going this way for a bit. It's super duper useful at like before you even get programmable splitters, which are that, but gives you more options to say what goes through and what doesn't. And it's like very nice to have because you can just be like, okay, I want this here to continue to operate even until like it starts like overfilling. Let's send the overflow to the awesome sink. Once you get a feel for them, it's hard to return from them because they're honestly kind of cheap. Cheap to place, yeah, once you've got rotors and whatnot on the make. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The smart ones are more for like complex factory setups. Like I've had them before, and mostly I used it for like managing the final storage. Because like the final storage for the sake of, you know, saving space would basically have like categorized you know, things. But like you'd run into a case where sometimes like stuff would like fill up and you'd need to send it along its way so that it didn't block up everything. So an awesome sink is absolutely a factor into there. Right. I am here for this. Boosh. Get in my belly. Got enough there. Doop-de-doo. Right. This is an actual, like, milestone. You're losing all your short friends. Their asses are getting sent to the North Pole. I mean, look. Nobody can match the daddy energy of Santa Claus. I wouldn't mind seeing his North Pole, if you know what I'm saying. Shanka, you knew what I was about before getting onto my stream. Look, Santa Claus is very lootable. He's big, he's thick, he's jolly. He likes milk. Okay, now I just need the wire. There should be wire in one of these. Right there. Okay, finally.
Milestone reached.
Finally getting into some of the good shit.
Traumatic responses to power blackouts. Fix-It developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption.
Okay.
To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries. Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fix-It and humanity.
Let's grab some beams and some butter. And let's institute some instability. God, I love that. Right. I need miners. Look. You can honestly blame Germany a bit though. Because they also have the concept of the Krampus. Which creates this whole kind of BDSM duet between Santa Claus and the Krampus. I imagine Krampus is just kind of like a sort of like, it's kind of just common in that area of Western Europe. But I'm pretty sure it does come either from Germany or the Germanic region. That is 240 in a single go. How much can my conveyor belts take? 270. Look. I'm saying that, like, you know, Santa Claus on his own is very lootable. But then, like, you've got, like, the Germans introducing basically, like, this, like, demonic goat creature with a really long tongue that like takes naughty boys and disciplines them, and also slightly kidnaps them. I mean, I think it's full kidnaps them, but, slightly is more hilarious to put it. Okay. Yeah, that's about correct. Or that sounds about right. Hun is his name? Oh, I need more steel beams. Let's see. Divided by 2. I could probably put down an additional foundry. Oh, you were talking about a furry artist who likes to draw Krampus. Yeah, I've seen his work. He does some fine work on Krampus. Look, the furry community is degenerate as hell, but the levels to which they can achieve that degeneracy are respectable. It just weirds me out that they have so much money to throw around half the time. Like, 99%, yeah, 99% of all, like, macro porn involving Fox McCloud and Falco is commissioned by one dude on Fur Affinity. Togepi something or other. It's a series of numbers that follows, but like I can never remember them. From what I've heard, he's a decent sort. He just has a very specific niche kink. Right, I came there for steel memes. An auction on a furry, pic on TV. That's wild, but at the same time, I've seen a dude from, like, Boston talking about how he makes premium AUK content. And like, I was like, wait, is he saying what I think he's saying? They show off like the picture he's drawing, and it's a lewd art of like a female orc with like giant tits and like massive muscles. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's indeed saying what I think he's saying. I mean, I can respect it. Okay, I have to break this down. I don't want all that shit in my inventory. Ugh. What? Go away! Bitch. There we go. Okay. I don't have many of these things to give. I don't have many sluts to turn into this. So I may just have to break this down a bit and yeah, I think I'll do that. Gonna break this down a bit. Okay, I'm just gonna let that simmer down for a moment. I'm guessing that was voice to text, Chanka. Because I'm like, Bang Wee, or yeah, and like it came out Bang Wee, but I thought his name was spelled Banue. Yeah, sounds about correct. Banquet. Fucking God. I'm kind of curious on that one, so brief minor sojourn. I'm not gonna put it onto I'm not putting it onto the screen. E621, yes, yes. Banue. Zenless Zone 0. He has only one page, but it's all really good. And it's all mostly solo stuff, or him and Billy Kid. I don't even know if he's ever interacted with Billy Kid, but it's a case of them being two hot, robots. One a buff guy and the other a really fit twink with like a massive amount of nerdiness in him. Yeah, that kind of figures. the ship between, I'm not sure if you've like ever looked into League much, the character Graves and Braum is basically another one of those cases of probably never met, but for some reason 90% of the porn of one involves the other. And it's literally because, I mean, they're two big buff guys. I mean, yeah, extremely dangerous, but like, so are 90% of the cast in the in Zenless Zone Zero. I mean, Ben Bigger is, you know, a sweetie, and he's like, you know, pretty damn lethal. Okay, it is run down. So I'm going to see if I can't make a couple of these. And not drop all my shit. Go away! Go away! You are not wanted here. Good fucking God. I am going to need more frameworks. It's funny. While I meme on women for like the whole like romantasy genre, it's mostly because like the romantasy genre is chock full of basically like the tritest of wish fulfillment. Like we're talking like, yo, the main love interest is the main love interest because he's quote unquote nice and respects the woman in between choking her out. But like what I will meme on women for is how like dull some of these guys are. Like Risan in like A Court of Roses and Thorns is a really good example of what I mean by dull. Like, dude is really kind of just like a boring dude who just happens to be Fae. But like women like splooshed all over the place about him because the dude's like, you know, very respectful to Fair. Yeah, that's her name, by the way. Or Fairy or like her name is literally Fairy or something like that. It's super duper gay, and I honestly can't respect it because like, wow, you chose that name. You really chose that name. Okay, let's see. Unnecessary splittage, actually. I can get rid of one of these. Okay, let's go with... Yeah, I just can't respect, like, the actual lack of interesting qualities about some of these characters, in addition to their weird sort of, like, murder boner-ish nature. I'd probably respect it more if the women were fucking more honest about it. It's like, yes, this is what she wants. But like, if a guy's into like, you know, a woman with big fat knockers, it's suddenly like a federal fucking issue, and that really bothers me. Let's see. Let's connect this. Let's actually build another if we can. Okay. Okay. So I've got 45 on each of these, 4 times 45. Let's see. 270 divided by... Oh, wait, no. What is the carrying capacity of... Yeah, 270. What is the output capacity of... a Mark II on a normal node? 120. So I've got 120 and 120. So that is 240 without overclocking. That is not what I intended to do. Okay. 240 divided by 4. So if I can overclock these up to 60, I don't want that. $60. $60. Okay, why am I doing that the slow way? Yeah, fucking... It's the correct way to refer to it, in my opinion. Like, look, again, I don't judge a woman her tastes. I judge her for her hypocrisies. That is all. Yo, don't come for all male kind because they're into like women with big fat knockers who just want to suck your dick. Yo, when like you're over here being like, I want a guy who's wealthy, but also wants to choke me. Like, girl, no, just fess to your reality. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, you know, most of the time, a guy's just like, wants a girl he can vibe with. And that describes most love interests and stuff. Like, I'm sorry, not everything's fucking James Bond. You know, with like, Octopussy or whatever her name is. These will be so much nicer once I've actually set this shit up again when I have decent shit. It doesn't have to look nice now. It can look nice in the future. Okay. It's about to run dry. Breaking this down. Okay, that's a merger. That's a merger. No. If I can't get my 8-foot-tall giant lizard man sausage queen, I'm going to make sure you don't get your billionaire boyfriend. Hey, evil autism. Also, I respect that. Also, I still find, like, the fucking, that one about, like, the chick who's, like, becoming, like, a milkmaid for minotaurs. It's like, okay, again, I respect that a hell of a lot more than, like, the millionaire shit. But that's another case of women being, like, you know, like, extremely hypergamous. And then you're just, like, over here, like, oh, okay, what was this about, like, love and respect? Because that's literally, like, a beast of burden being milked for, like, a product. And your job is to just, like, I don't know, opie, you know, him to, like, release and then, like, sell the product. Also, what is Minotaur milk used for? I would like to know. Like, I am dying to know. For, like, genuinely legitimate reasons. Because, I mean, look, I've seen lots of porn that's basically set in, like, a Starbucks and they run out of milk and they come up with fucking ideas. But, like, I'm gonna tell you, that shit doesn't work that way. So, 612, 1824. I mean, fair. But the problem with, like, you know, jizz is that in, like, hot water, it denatures and becomes, like, clumpy and gluey. No. Actually, let's, yeah, glazed donuts are another thing that I've seen a lot of content for. Like, genuinely. So it's like, I genuinely don't get where women get off acting like supremely fucking like brand new about sex. But then again, that's rad femmes for you. Fuck it. I'm not dying for supplies right now. Awesome sink. Okay, how are we gonna set this up without having to redo everything? Because I don't want to have to redo everything again. No, not like that. Over here. Okay. 120. 6, 12. 18. And let's get pipes over here. Damn, that really jacked up into a whole lot of points. But yeah, it's like, genuinely speaking, it's like I could care less what a woman, goons to, but I would rather she be upfront about it. But like, I mentioned radfems. Radfems will literally be like, oh, women are never into, TOS violation porn. It's like, are you sure about that? Like, they will literally try to gaslight you about what is fucking apparent on the internet. I still remember on Tumblr, it was the most hilarious thing, and it will always remain the most hilarious thing. There was like this like period where like a dude posted on the internet. He was gay, and he was like, flashback to that time I went down on a dude with a turbo dong and ruptured my throat. And like a bunch of radfems piled onto this this post to bitch about how male sex was inherently violent because it's all about just pounding and whatnot. And fucking a week later, while this shit was still making the rounds, a woman on Twitter posts about how she got put into the hospital for I think a broken neck. Not like a severely broken neck because she was, I guess, fine. Or maybe she just got soft tissue damage. Either way, it's because her girlfriend sat on her face. Immediately, this thread evaporated. I never saw it again, ever again, on fucking Tumblr. It was eternally hilarious to me. Because it shut them the fuck up. Actually split. Oh, ooh. I can use a smart splitter. I can use it placed better than that. Yeah, genuinely speaking, it was so hilarious that fucking happened because, immediately silenced. Okay, I just had a realization of how dumb I'm being. Anyways. Straight. Straight. Damn it. So how's your day going, evil autism? I've already harassed other people for their days. Ah. Nice, nice. Haven't really decided what I'll have for dinner tonight because, like, I have to make things for stuff, but I'm not sure if I want to make stuff, if you get my meaning. Like, I'm feeling kind of lazy. I mean, I'd be down for eating his booty. Alas, I am over in, the British Columbias, and he's over in PA. Near opposite sides of the coast. Okay, I've got all that stuff. Smart splitters can go here. Look, look, look. We've got a lot of evidence that we're real. It's right there in the Geneva Conventions. It's like that time from Helsing where fucking like the Nazis are, or not Helsing, Helsing Abridged, where they're like going over what they're going to bomb in London, and they proceed to get to the Holocaust Museum, and their leader's like, nope, we will not destroy that. No one will ever deny what we did. You know, us being like a myth so that America can just like avoid fucking like, actually, how would that even work? A war crime has to be defined after all. And we defined a bunch of them, so very many of them. Let's see, so that's, okay, splitter. Smart splitter. Nope. No. Smart splitter. Gonna say pipes. Beams. Overflow. Organization. Okay. Let us get this power started. And there we go. 6, 12, 18, 24. Steel beams. Steel beams. So we're now putting out 40 pipes a minute. 15, 30, 45. And 45 steel beams. And this is about to run dry. So I'm just gonna keep it going. Ugh. Man, I could go for pizza too. Hawaiian pizza with lots of pineapple on it. And before you say that's a crazy thing to say, remember there's somebody who defends Chicago deep dish in chat. Instant replies, Chonka. Instant replies. Kind of wild that, of all people, Hawaii would invent toast. Like, I'm sure we were toasting bread before then. And if we weren't, what the fuck were we doing? Then again, the fluffier, brioche bread that we have these days. Oh! Oh, toast Hawaii. Wait, what's toast Hawaii then? I'm holding back the obvious comment about, of course the Germans with the ovens, invented toast. Especially because I could make a more, cultured, comment, which is to say that, the witch from Hansel and Gretel was German and wanted to cook them alive. Toast with pineapple on it. I mean, I've never had that before. My mental image is literally just like a slice of bread that's toasted with pineapple chunks on it, which is not necessarily bad, but as an avid Hawaiian pizza defender, I will agree that you have to make it a certain way. Fair. But yeah, like, we bring it up all the time in the the jump space streams. Joey, our friend Joey, does like Hawaiian pizza, but he's particular about it. Because unfortunately, if you just, you know, make a what, why is everything dry? What's wrong? What's going on here? That is a splitter. It's going into there. Okay, how about... Okay, there we go. But yeah, like, you have to make Hawaiian pizza a certain way. If you make the chunks too large and, God forbid, just dump out a fucking can of chunked, pineapple, you essentially get, like, soggy, wet chunks that just lay in their own fluid, and the cheese beneath it doesn't even properly cook. So it doesn't adhere to the pizza, and it will just fall off and be floppy. You gotta, like, actually dice up the pineapple chunks a bit and drain off the fluid. But it genuinely is fucking tasty in the right combinations. Slices of meat and cheese over that, then toasted. So it's basically like, kind of like a faux pizza, like no tomato involved, but it's doing basically the same thing. So like cheese, carbs, pineapple, meat, probably a saltier meat like a ham or something like that. Because that's generally what's being done with like Hawaiian pizza is quite literally you've got, you've got that like salty meat combined with that kind of very sweet, but kind of also sour pineapple. So fucking good. And then like, I kind of like add to the decadence because my local pizza place, there's a few, so that's like a non-specific statement, but Panago is pretty common in British Columbia. They do this like cheese sauce dip that I get, and their fucking Italian garlic dip is to fucking die for. And you can buy it in jars from them, so like you can get more if you want to like make pizza in your off time, like for yourself. Their jalapeno ranch is also pretty good too. I'm not normally into spicy, but it's so fucking good. Okay, we got this going. We got the pipes. We got this. We've got the inevitability of overflow. $15, $30, $45. Get over there. So if I could increase... What is the cost to make these? Versatile. Okay, that requires steel memes and those. Whereas over there. You know what? Fuck it. I'm moving that to central grasslands. But first, organization chest. There you go. Store all. So long as I know where it is, it's no big. Let's see. Versatile. What parts do I need for this? What's the other one? Automated wiring. Stator. So I need to make stators, which are pipes. Oh. Pfft. I started being like, what the fuck is that sound? I forgot that every time you break down and rebuild the orbital elevator or the space elevator, it re-extends down from space. I do love that they did a whole animation for this. That said, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. The fucking Foundation has made me terrified of the idea of space elevators. Like, okay, having like a space elevator shed all its shit on a possible, like, you know, a settlement area like it did in Gundam 00 was not pleasant. But like in the Foundation, that thing wrapped around the world and spent days coming down, during which it killed literally millions of people as it, like, ligatured the planet like a fucking noose. It took them a century to recover from that. And that was their capital world. Yeah. Like, in theory, it's a very good way of getting shit into space. But all you need is one fucking nutter who's just like, I'm upset about thing. I'm going to explode it. Because that happens, like, twice in 00. Like, terrorists attack the space elevator twice. And it's shown that, like, a lot of people die each time. Like, Jesus. Okay, let's, now that this is going efficiently. 6, 12, 18, 24. Those are both 120 over there. Hmm. 6, 12, 18, 24. Why are you not using 100%? Yeah, like, genuinely, the Foundation is some fucking good sci-fi, but it really does make the idea of, like, an orbital space elevator a terrifying concept, purely on the basis that, like, you know, it's not even natural disasters. It's literally, I don't trust some assholes out there not to, like, get an idea. What do you mean? Oh, I never connected this. So mad. So mad. There we go. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's always somebody. I mean, like, fucking... Look at Japan. Japan's a really good example of like weird shit. Like, okay, so Bo, if he's listening, could give more information on this because it tickles his personal like spectrum of the autistic spectrum. It ties into Gamera because in Gamera 3, there's a fucking mystic, and her like attaché is basically like a nihilist who wants the world to end. And the thing is, the dude is a reflection of what the director of that movie originally believed before a terrorist attack happened in Japan. He was originally part of like this like cult that came around. It was an apocalypse cult in like Japan. And they did a sarin gassing bombing of the subways. It was a big fucking deal at the time. Yeah, the gas attack. Like, and the thing is, the people only did that because the new millennium was coming. Oh, shit you not, that was the reason. It was like, oh, we're getting towards the end of a century. You know, time to go crazy. And apparently, historically, people have just been like that. Like first century AD, people expected the second coming to happen. And, like, I have no doubt that there were some crazy people during that time. What's a CTU, out of curiosity? The abbreviation is not catching with me, alas. Okay, there we go. Everything is going. Everything is going. It's looking beautiful. It's looking sexy. Ah, yeah, counterterrorism unit. Yeah. It's because of that event that, like, the Japanese kind of culturally don't have the best view of organized religion. Like, thing about, like, the Japanese is that historically, while they have practiced beliefs surrounding, like, you know, Buddhism, Shintoism, which is like a dovetail off of that. Animism, which is like where like kami and whatnot come into play. You know, in general, while there are religious orders in Japan, there hasn't really been like a kind of an obligation to do anything. If you go to a temple, it's because you really fucking need a blessing. Your kid's trying to get into cram school, you go to one of the you go to all of the temples in fucking Kyoto dedicated to like a local deity of like education, knowledge, and like, you know, excellent. Yo, you do that now and you pray fucking hard. And if you don't get in, it's because you didn't pray hard enough. But it's not like they're constantly going, you know. But, like, organized religion, you know, like cults and like that, they really made a bad reputation for fucking, like, that kind of religion in Japan. You know. And there's, like, a lot of directors in Japan who, they shifted perspective because they were part of those, like, cults, and then that happened. And they were like, okay, you know what? I have some nihilistic beliefs, but fuck that. And again, all because the fucking new millennium was coming. Like, that's it. That's all. That's the only reason why that happened. You know, some people got it into their head that, like, it genuinely would be just a better idea to, like, go bug nuts. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking my ass right now? You know, so it's like, I feel like a space elevator would not just be like a target for that kind of people, but it'd also be a target for like the neo-Luddite that seems to come about every so often. Two, four. Yeah, okay, these aren't overburdening my my conveyor belts. Well, now that I've got all that, and that's producing at a decent keel. Let's start upgrading my my mining things. What do you mean I don't have any rods on me? I'm a man. Huh. I mean, that's pretty generic, but I mean, I won't bitch. Let's see. Assembly. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some cable making on. I'm gonna have to get stators. You need to borrow their special task force, group for reasons. Okay, that's going. I mean, that makes sense. It wouldn't do to have them operating with impunity. That's another thing Japan's had a bad history with, which is to say World War II. Part of an internal conflict that happened with Japan during World War II was quite literally that the actual government had no ability to rein in, say, the Japanese military. So it had the ability to operate with impunity. I think they only responded to maybe the emperor, and even then, they tried to rebel against him when he was like, two big bombs is probably a bad sign. Maybe we should just surrender. Technically didn't exist till 2015. I imagine prior to that point, they functioned as like a sub thing of the actual cops. Like, they were basically a group thrown together in the face of, the whole like thing with the cult. And then after a while, they were like, we might actually need this in perpetuity. So let's actually officiate this. It's not really a surprising concept. A lot of like changes in society kind of just happened because an unofficial thing was made and then it continued to have a need. With some exceptions, like the FBI and the ATF exist purely because they didn't want to get rid of jobs that were made by prohibition. You're probably thinking, okay, but maybe those jobs shouldn't exist. You'd be correct. But at the same time, this is like a government agency. They are loath to give up power. That's just axiomatic. Which, by the way, is one of my favorite terms to use because I'm super nerdy. some people say words to sound pretentious. Me, I use big words because I'm like, I just think it's neat. As a child, I remember I had like a precocious vocabulary, and people would be like, that's a rather big word for somebody your age to be using. Huh. I mean, I'm not surprised that we have a counterterrorism group. I just didn't know its name. Truth be told, I don't know the names of a lot of our analog, or not analog, our similar organizations that like the US would have. It's kind of like a part of our Canadian identity that we obsess about America. I kind of hate it because, like, so many people use it as, like, a cover for our own politics. Yeah, that makes sense. I imagine after 9/11, a lot of countries were like, yeah, it might be wise to have one of those now. Okay. That's probably 240 up there, which means I could probably expand the fuck out of my Deuterium wire production. Shanka, why do you know so much about counterterrorism groups? Eyes you suspiciously. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you, dude. Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty reasonable. I'm guessing, like, Rainbow Six Siege either has... Because I think I only played, like, one Rainbow Six game, like, a little bit, with my sister. But I imagine it has a lot of either spotlight groups or shifts, like, focus from, like, this or that, right? Go away. Fuck off. So many fucking birds just sitting around waiting for somebody to drop a dick in their mouth. Yeah, go the fuck away. So what is it? What became of Rainbow Six, out of curiosity? Game show? What? Has like the last few years been like the scope creep of all games out there? Because like I've heard of how like Modern Warfare had like, or was it Battlefield, had like Fortnite skins from shit in it. Seriously, I wasn't kidding about them waiting around for like a dick to fall in their mouth. I'm committing a homophobia because these things are annoying. Okay, let's see. That just seems... Look, if you just wanted to do like, I don't know, extreme gladiator shit, just make a game like that. I would assume a game about counterterrorism would be about counterterrorism, not fucking shit in the middle of a field. Someone somewhere is engaging in some like nonsense levels of like social engineering here. They're all like, this game is leviolent. I don't like game that is leviolent. I mean, that's always a highlight, Chanka. Like, I don't know shit about Ghost or Chanka from the Modern Warfare games, but I've seen so much good porn. So very much good porn. It is literally the only reason why I have a preference on modern Ghost with his skull mask versus like older Ghosts with like just the balaclava with the skull on it. What can I say? The skull mask got that riz. Sorry, Chanka, I'm going to talk about how good it would look above me. Graves. See, when you say Graves, I'm immediately reminded of fucking, I remember seeing spicy art of, like, Captain Price as a werewolf. It was the one werewolf that I would not. Nothing sucks more than seeing, like, a really badly rendered werewolf. benefit of a werewolf is the sexy wolf man, but also the mad testosterone injection that being a werewolf gives you. So, like, you know, like the human form is basically lumberjack thick and hairy, but then, like, you got the werewolf form, so you got options. You got, like, options to play with, literally. But then, like, there are some, like, werewolf artists out there who are like, I'm gonna have the scraggliest chihuahua wolf form, and the guy's going to look like he walked out of a Bashonen, it was like a Bashonen character from, like, a shoujo novel. And I'm just like, no. Okay, I'm thinking I'm going to upgrade all of my my miners if I can. That's gonna take more. Yeah, I get that, Chanka. Truth be told, I wish I could, I'm not sure if sympathize is the right word. I've never had a game that I was into that I know of or can remember get like a random reboot and it was just like horseshit. Although maybe Fable will be that. I don't know. I think Lion's Head Studios kind of watered down the game as it was. Yeah, so the bar is on the floor. Like, you can make an ugly, like, DEI character all you like. It still won't change the fact that if the gameplay is at least half decent, you're winning against, say, like, Fable 3 and, Fable Journeys. Yeah, I get that, Chanka. I mean, the new players are mostly, like, early Gen Alphas and very late stage Gen Zs who don't read because AI. Honestly, that's like the biggest travesty. Like, I'm not even a huge reader, but like, I have a, shall we say, contentious opinion that if you are in a Western nation and you don't have some sort of excuse like developmentally disabled or like dyslexia, being illiterate is like a genuinely like pathetic thing. Again, if you have dyslexia and you struggle to read, that's fine. Like, I fully respect that, like, it's difficult when your brain do not want to process. But, like, if you have no hurdles and you don't know how to read purely because... Yeah, see, like, a lot of dyslexics still read. They find ways to cope. Or their dyslexia isn't pronounced enough to make it too big of an issue. But then, like, you've got, like, a lot of, like, Gen Alphas and even some of the late-stage Gen Zs who just don't even consider, like, how fucking laughable it is that they can't read. Oh, AI will work out for it. It's like... You are missing a whole slew of content if you can't read, bitches. Like, when I was in high school, I spent a lot of my side time just reading. Like, I'd go to the library and sit there and read. That was all I'd basically do. I read through his Dark Materials during that time. You know, fucking most of the Drizzt novel series. I'd say like most because I stopped reading around that time and it got kind of eccentric. Yeah, I mean, like, we're never gonna see another season out of that, so if you want the full story, you gotta be able to read. Look, I don't want to say never ever, but definitely never ever at this point. It's been near to 10 years, which is sad. Then again, you never know. There have been fucking times where, like, a fucking miracle has happened. And you finally got to take off the clown makeup and be like, yo, I can finally breathe. I can finally live. It finally exists. Yo, fucking seriously. Yo, there have been times. It's ever so rare. Like fucking, Silk Song recently. You know, like, the developers for that were, like, in development for, like, near to a decade. And the reason was we were having so much fun, you know, developing it. Quite literally. But, like, up until that point, most people were like, never, ever, vaporware. Or, it could still happen. It could still happen. Eh, eh. $120. Okay, that is Mark II, Mark II, Mark II. Oh shit. I've built so much shit that I've actually increased my power consumption significantly. That means it might be a good time to go and expand my power production. Or alternatively, finally start setting up the production of smart stuff, and I think I could pull that off. Okay, so what did smart plating need? Smart plating. Rotors and those. Okay. Stators. And versatile. But yeah, I mentioned Fable earlier. That's one of my, shall we say, spite-driven opinions. As somebody who was a fan of the games, I grew to dislike the company. Because, like, they made the game, in my opinion, to perfection in Fable 2. And then proceeded to water it down into oblivion for Fable 3. Fable 3 was, I'll acknowledge, fun. but its story was very paint by numbers and easily circumvented by just being a fucking like a real estate magnate. Like, I shit you not. Like, you get to it like towards the end of the game, and you have to save the world from an entity known as the Crawler. It's like a creeping eldritch shadow. And you're basically told that you have like a, shall we say, a save the day money that you need to make. Now, you can make this money by just being a huge asshole and breaking all your promises that you've made along the way, and agreeing with your really debauched zoophile and murderer, financial consultant Reaver. Or you can not do that. You can not engage in child labor and all that jazz, and just buy up all the real estate in Albion and charge people through the nose and wait 30 minutes to an hour and then do the final mission. Like, shit you not, it is that easy. And in exchange for that, they watered down all of the social interactions and a lot of other things. So the game kind of feels hollow for all of the content that it's got. And then there's the fucking, DLC expansion that is, like, insulting to me. Because the whole pretense of it is that there's a rebellion at the old Traitor's Keep where your brother was sending people who were traitors to the kingdom. And the people there are, like, each of them has, like, some sort of reason for why they're the way they are. Like, one of them is a crazy lady who wants to turn herself into a monster because she literally hates her humanity. And you can send her to an insane asylum because she just needs help. One of them is basically a mixture of Howard Hughes and Walt Disney. He made robots and wanted to make like a convenience play, an amusement park for people. And your brother was like, make killer robots for me. And he's like, no. And he's like, fine, prison it is. Enjoy infinite jail. And that's why he was there. But fucking like, it's some actual like horse shit that you get to the end of the game having done all the right things. And the game proceeds to like gaslight you about this, like hardcore. It proceeds to basically be like, yeah, you did good, but you're not really a good person per se. You know, you can kind of go fuck yourself and whatnot. In fact, like people are going to rebel against you anyways. It's like, excuse the fuck out of me. Yeah. Okay. Doop-de-doo. Haven't really decided what I'll have for dinner tonight. I might be a lazy and order out. Or I might just have chimkin strips and whatnot. Chimkin strips and fries. Potato wedges. Wonder wonder if I've got like a packet of like instant make fucking gravy. I could make some really fucking lame, but like pretty decent, mock poutine. I could go for a poutine so bad right now. It's like the most Canadian side of me. The least Canadian part is that I do not pronounce it the way that, people from Eastern Canada would pronounce it. That's how you know they've got standards. I've had calamari before. Despite my bitching about seafood, I didn't hate it, but it had like a weird spongy texture to it that I didn't care for. I did have these rolls that were called McCracken rolls, and they had cream cheese and crab meat in them, or maybe it was lobster. So fucking good. Fucking... My family meets in November on the 22nd, or McKee? Actually, not McCracken roll. It's probably just Kraken roll. I don't know why I added the Mick to it. But it's there's this chain, unofficial, called something or other O'Malley's, Carlos O'Brien's, O'Malley's, whatever's. They're basically like Irish pub style, but because of like costs surrounding being a chain restaurant, they call themselves something different at all of their franchisee locations. It's kind of hilarious, but anyways, they have these rolls on the menu that are called Kraken rolls, and they're like either crab or lobster with like a cream cheese filling and whatnot in like a roll. They're actually pretty decent. Unfortunately, we no longer go there because, quote unquote, it's too loud and too busy. Personally, I can accept that because they actually had a menu worth speaking about, but now we go to the golf course restaurant nearby my mother's place, and look, that's fine there, but like their menu just ain't it. But whatever. I look forward to it either way. The downside is it's on a Saturday, so likely I will not be streaming on the 22nd. If I am, it'll be because I went down to my mother's the day before. I haven't mentioned such to her, but I'll probably discuss it with her this Sunday. What all am I fucking doing? Right. I'm losing track of things. Okay, let's see if I can't. Assembler. Assembler. Okay, smart plating. $20 plates per minute. And wires. Okay. But yeah, like, Irish pub, did basic, like, pub fare, So fucking good. Wait, no, not rotors. Not yet. Then again, you can't really go wrong with an Irish stew. Da. There we go. Rotors. Five to 6 per minute. That would have been the better name. Like, honestly, McWiener. I'd gobble down a McWiener. I'd gobble down a McWiener and its special sauce. Oh. Let's see. Let's see. 1,000 divided by 3. Yeah, I'm gonna have to I mean, it was. It was. Look, I'm still gonna jump on those. Okay. How much power consumption am I at? Getting pretty close to capacity. Assembler. Okay, so let's see. The McHot Dog was alive during the Super Size Me age. Yeah. Blame Spurlock for that. For, like, that going away, I mean. Now there's somebody that I'll never respect. Okay, that didn't work. And I'm doing that wrong. copper foil. Smelter. Three, 6, 9, 12. Another one. I need cable. Doop, 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 doop. Ah, where's the cable? I need cable. Now, there was a pairing that I used to see a lot of. I think... No, not Cable and Wolverine. It would be... Cable and Deadpool. I don't think I see any of that these days, though. I guess, like, whatever run had them paired together is, like, long since over. Now I mostly see Deadpool and Spider-Man. Six, 12. Yeah, it's 120 over there. Splitter. Three, 6, 9, 12. Okay, there we go. One of the early game things is that as you gain new technology, you start having to patch things in, like hot fixes. Learn a new miner type that can now support more things but needs more conveyor belts. Upgrade the conveyor belts, throw in some splitters and mergers. You know, the whole shebang. Okay, you're making modular frames. You're making so much shit over there. Let's actually expand this further. You know what? Fuck it. Break you down. Break you down. Break you down. Out of my inventory. I don't need you. I don't need you either. I'm gonna need so much wire right now, so let's see if I can't produce up to the cap. So let's see. 260. Wait. 260 is right. 270. Anyways. 3, 6, 9, 12. $120 bars are coming down from there. And rather than okay, I don't have any bars on me. That's good. That's good. Okay. Two. Three, 4, 5. Actually, 120 divided by 30. Actually, 120 divided by 15. So I can make 8 machines. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is so slapdash. Actually. No, not miner. Instructor. Or six, 7, 8. Okay, there we go. Splitter. I really wish we had in my area is it's a place called New York Fries. And their whole thing is like, you know, fries and various stripes. They do such a good poutine. If they have any association with actual New York, I couldn't tell you. We have a place in our area called Boston Pizza, and the thing is, I'm pretty sure it's explicitly a Canadian chain. Yeah. Well, it's not really hard to come by. Like, some places do it better than others, but like, genuinely speaking, it's not hard to find a place that does poutine. Fucking shit you not. I decided, like, okay, we have 3 fried chicken places here. KFC, Louisiana Popeyes, and a shocking Canadian, entry onto the market from apparently Newfoundland, of all places, Mary Brown's Chicken. And I used to kind of swear by Canadian KFC because their poutine is genuinely pretty solid. Like, genuinely good. Or it was before I moved. The one we have local is run by, like, Indians, and not, like, First Nations Indians, Native American Indians. No, I mean, like, East Indians. And the vibe I get whenever I go there is a lack of fucks to give. They do not put much effort into it, which I could live with if it weren't for the fact that they fucking scrimp. Like, the poutines they send are sad and, like, half empty and, like, overly gravied. There's no balance. No consideration for, like, good decency. And, like, I've ordered from them a few times. I've ordered from Popeyes a few times. I basically decided my preferred restaurant out of the lot was Mary Brown's because their fucking poutine is excellent. It is like one of those like cases where I'm being way Canadian on Maine. Because it's like genuinely, you know, a good poutine is like such comfort food. It is not good for you at all, but it is so delicious. Wire. Copy. Wire. 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 If we could only eat what was good for us, we wouldn't eat all that much, and that would be sad. I know what you mean. 6, 9, 12. Okay, so 8 times 30. Okay, cutting it in just below the limit of what my conveyor belts can send. I don't know. I see sometimes people get all like snotty on Twitter about like eating healthy and whatnot. They're all like, you eat to live, not live to eat. It's like, okay, but eating is a pleasure. We have taste buds for a reason. We'll eat what we like for a reason. I don't have ARFID or any sort of like, I'll only eat chalky milk and chicken tenders, like, limitations. But like, I do have my standards. And my standards aren't high. Like, literally, you can like, please me with very little. But fucking God, I do need to be pleased a bit. Otherwise, I'm sad. I get less sad. Okay, what does my power look like now? Oh, I am riding that line. I am riding that line super hard. This just means I need to get up to, up to the coal burner place and add in more power. Or finally nut up and actually start, like, making effort towards my phase 2 shit. But that's gonna take a bit. A long fucking bit. It should be a pleasure, but for example, my mother has an issue that her nose isn't working right, and because of that, her taste's fucked up, because 90% of taste is smell. She sometimes can't eat something because it can taste like soap or something like that. Oof. Biggest of oofs to that. Like, that is an actual agony. Yeah, like, I've heard of that, where it's like, the only sort of, like, response you get out of, like, some people, the only sort of taste they get is, I think, spicy. And that's about it. And that's because spicy is actually, like, a sensory change occurring to your tongue, rather than, like, a taste change. If memory serves, capsaicin and, in opposition, menthol? The substance that gives mint its mint, experience. Essentially what they do is that they, make it so that your tongue is more sensitive to hot or cold for a bit. Okay, so I'm over here. I need to dump some stuff. I also... let's see. There are 3 miners up there. So I should make 6 things. Okay. Okay, what do I need? Okay, I've got plenty enough stuff in my inventory to upgrade all of those. But if I were to add on to my coal production... got that. I've got that. I've got that. What about production? You got that. We'll probably have to run more water piping. Itchy eye. What about refineries? Because, like, power. So I'll probably want to resupply on cabling and bolted plates. All right, then. I'm gonna get more of this. Going to stow some of this. Gonna get rid of this. Get rid of that. Is there... Is there any biofuel around here? I guess that counts. Who doesn't like making biofuel for your fucking chainsaw? One of the downsides of having had Halloween recently is that because I don't get many, kids coming to my place, I always wind up with so much fucking candy afterwards. I want to see if I can't better increase connectivity on my internet across the house with, like, a booster before next year. Because I was trying to, like, observe my doorbell so I didn't have to sit by the door like I'm, like, some old widow waiting for her husband to return from war, but is really just handing out candy to kids. Cable, I think I'm not hurting for cable. Whatever. I'm gonna go up there and build until I run out of supplies and know what I need. I mean, that's true. That's true. There are things for, like, boosting a signal. Oh fuck, what are they called? Extenders. Yeah. I need to get one and probably place it in my kitchen. And the reason for that is because the kitchen is always going to be your biggest blackout zone for Wi-Fi. It's all the various large objects with their own, like, genuine field of electromagnetic energy. Especially the microwave. I've heard of some people who, like, because of the placement of the router, every time somebody used the microwave, their internet would cut out. Doop-de-doop-de-doop. Okay. Production. I'm probably gonna kill my power here. Oh, that's a bad. Okay, it's not that bad. Not presently. But that could be bad. If I'm not careful. Now there's an idea. Chainsaw. I hate how finicky the area mode on this is. Okay. Let's go around upgrading these. Okay, yeah, that's absolutely going to be constantly throttling. They were originally 60, but now they're 120. Let's place down some foundation blocks. Power, power, power. Lock hologram. Okay, I know what I need. But I'm also going to need... Okay, rotors... Rotators. Each of those will consume 45 cubic meters a minute. Each of these can put out 120. So 5 times 45. 4 times 45. Okay, I'm gonna need 2 either way. See if we can't beef up our power supply. Oh shit. Ow. So I need cables, rotors, reinforced plates, steel beams. Is this cables? No, this is useless. Cables. I don't need coal. Nobody needs raw coal in their inventory. Let's dump some of this shit. Let's get rid of this. I want to make more coal power places. I think it was 5 times 15. Okay, so a split there. So if I remove, okay, if I only have the 4 there, it will only consume. I'm not hurting either way. Whatever. Let's get over there and get more reinforced plates and more rotors. Okay. Rotato. Okay. Got plenty there. Now all I need is steel memes. Gotta be careful. Yeah, the toxic gas stuff. Hard to approach until you either get a gas mask or bombs. Okay, I don't need butter. Okay, there we go. Might get Mickey D's tonight. What can I say? I've simple tastes. Burger and fries is such a mood sometimes. I should probably stop doing that. Like, me flinging myself off of ledges is deliberate and it's funny, but like I'm almost dead here. Okay. Production. So even 5 will still require... It'll be under how much the pipes can carry. So that's good. Okay, let's slap a splitter at a point where those two merge. Okay, so 6, 4, 6, 7, 8. Wait, nope, that I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 of these things. Oh, that's exactly what I've been factoring for. So, yeah, I am the big dumb. Okay, so these things both require 45, so not liking that, but I'll work with it. Might be a bad idea, might be a good idea, who knows? Allowing stoppered up coal to recycle in, but it might cause the things to cycle poorly. My biggest blight in this game is I can never really tell, mostly because it doesn't totally matter, but I can never really tell distances. Like, visually I can say, oh yeah, it's over there, and that's not far, but like, a lot of water, and fluid management involves being aware that, like, your things have an absolute limit on how much range they can go upwards. Their head lift is just not there, so you end up needing like head lift pumps. Okay. 5 times 45. Divided by 2. That is 112.5. Come on, turn on. That's right. Yep, there we go. Headlift pumps are actually a pretty decent way of creating directionality in water, in my opinion. There are other ways. You can have basically a flow valve that I want to say gives directionality, but I find those kind of finicky and overly specific and niche. It's easier to just put in a pipeline pump. Oh, fuck. Ha. And this middle one is going to be the loneliest number, it seems. That's fluid dynamics in this game for you. But how well is it going to work? Looking like they're all connected. Yep, there we go. I'll just gotta observe it for a bit. At this early point, it should be easy enough to see the problems as they arise. Plus, there's a fair amount of immediate, like, shift in the systems with coal and water. I suppose it doesn't need to be max at all times. I'm just not liking that, but it does seem like it's trending upwards, the water, I mean. It can be hard to spot the pattern because the range will fluctuate significantly. These are constantly running, though. They've got nothing blocking them up, so they're not, like, turning off at any point. If I start to see staggering in the power, I'll just have to turn up the water a bit. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna have to turn up the water a bit. Or, alternatively, put in another pump. What about this middle one? What's it look like? Yeah, it looks fine, so... Maybe that will help. Oh yeah, immediate help. Yeah, it prevents fluids from kind of just lingering in the pipes. Oh, no. That's bad. Yeah, there we go. Let's increase that to 115. Pardon? Oh. I get you now. Sorry, it took me a moment, Fel. Also, hey, how are you doing? What this one? This one's water is doing fine. The half pipes in this game would be foundation pieces. Would be pretty cool if I could have these like pipes, like open weirs that had like water flowing through them. Okay, that's full. That's full. That's full. That is not. And that bothers me. What are the protesters bitching at farmers for? Hero turtles. I wonder why they couldn't call them Ninja Turtles. That's like the whole Beast Wars thing here in Canada. We couldn't call it Beast Wars. It had to be called Beasties because of violent naming conventions. You had to help your province's limited police force. Is this some sort of obligate compulsory military sort of thing? I don't know if the Philippines have that. You know, that's why I'm asking. Oh, pff. Okay. Is the water looking good on that one now? That's probably not the one. Oh, this one's much better. It's much improved. Stream goes well. Decided to stream extra long because it's going well. Mostly because, you know, I tend to have like a slowish start in the beginning, so I streamed over long because I'm doing good numbers right now. Hopefully, when I eventually end stream, it'll clock this as a stream with 3 or more concurrent viewers at a time, average. And if that's the case, I can stop stressing. But it's been a fairly productive stream all the same, so I can't complain. Okay, so all that power is there. I probably don't need to worry too terribly much yet. What about over here? Stop. You are looking fine. I'm stuck over here. You were looking fine. You were just looking peachy. What about you ones over here? Yeah, supply of coal is not a problem right now. I was strongly considering going up into the mountains to get that crystal node, which I think I may still do, but for different reasons. Okay. Yeah, okay. You know, I'll do that. No, not that. That way. Yeah. What's attacking me? Fuck you. Ow, where are you? The reason why I was strongly considering going up into the mountains for this is because there's actually a pretty prominent coal node up in an area in this vicinity, and a sulfur node. Right up there. Suck dick. I hate these things. They're out.
Our blood could fill the effigy veins for a resonance song. Scripture becomes harmony, becomes composition. Defile our temple and threads will sew the windows open.
Pattern analysis continuing. New instruction. Repeat pioneer exposure to alien artifacts. Brain damage compensation packages may be available on successful completion of a special claims form. Our expert Fix-It medical staff are impartial and always open to assess your claim.
Aliens. Oh, that's one of the big ones. I should probably check my... That's right. Okay. Two big honkin' crystal nodes right here. Pure and awesome. Which means I can tap into this. Just need to... Okay. Okay, each of these pumps out 240 each. Which means I won't be able to truly profit from either of these for a bit yet, so... Let's put you down to 50. No, wait, no. Let's see. 270, so... Let's go as a 130. and 140. I mean, I'd rather not have, like, aliens talking in random British accents. It implies that they knew enough about my culture to like, assume that I'd find that sort of foppery as appealing or intellectual. These are, okay, these are water, wells. Kind of situational, but they have their uses. Let's see, let's find a good spot for this. What is attacking me? Go away. Fuck you. Right, it's like up there. Suck it. Normal sulfur. I can work with this. I also don't want to work in that area, so we're going to tap into this and fuck off from this area. Because this is about the altitude where you start seeing giant spiders, and I don't like seeing them without a gun. Alternatively, what's down this way? Ah, yes, the cave full of toxic shit. Yeah, okay, yeah. Considered rejected. Moving on. If I can get this running... Theoretically, actually, I could just run the coal sulfur refinement. Wait, look that up. Sulfur. That's not helpful. Ugh. Not everything has to go to the grasslands. Sorry, I was picking my lips. I probably shouldn't do that. And one of these days I'm gonna, like, pull at it and then, like, peel off my entire face. There we go. I am joking, of course. EA. And that's not meant as like a self-harm thing. It's more like meant as a, the tendency for the skin that's like picked at from like the lips has a tendency to like, it's like fucking pulling at the skin on an onion. see. Ah, itchy. Power towers, power towers. Put this there. Okay, there we go. Oh, might get bumped off. Oh, didn't get bumped off. Ow! Ah, yes. Never did connect it. Okay, well that's set up. Sulfur. Okay, I need 25. There are coal nodes over there, but I may actually still direct this out this way. So that's absolutely just water. Okay. Yeah, geyser things like that are not the thermal, electric stuff. They're just resource wells that you can tap into. They're kind of a unique way of getting resources, and they only really apply to things like nitrogen, some very few oil nodes, and water. Let's see. Uh... I may have to make a run back for steel, in fact, or steel beams. In fact, I will. But it's for the best. One benefit of getting crystal, though, is that once I get that, I can start getting some of the crystal tree. The sulfur tree especially. I would like to get the sulfur tree. The sulfur tree is where you get most of your munitions stuff from. So guns, explosives. Explosives are a major boon because you can start cracking rocks. On site. Oh, it is so very good. I mean, you get to kind of a point where, like, it's kind of a struggle to fund, certain thing, or not fund, fight certain things, unless you have bombs. Bombs and homing bullets. Not pipes. About the only reason I bring it all to, like, the grasslands is that's where all my operation is. It's easier to tether it into things. That said, if I so desire at some point, I could probably make a different kind of production line up there because there's sulfur and coal and crystal real close to each other. And while I'm not sure what I can do with the crystal and the others, is crystal something that gives more to other things? Coal and sulfur together is like one of the cornerstones of black powder. Yee! Ow! Berries. Nice and flat, as it should be. Running it through this area will be a pain. Yo. You missed. I need to be careful about that location. Considering... trying to see if I can't, create like a walkway to not have to go into the ravine. That way I can just run the conveyor belts along this. Please don't let there be some no. That sucks. Oh, oh, oh. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? You're kind of a bitch, you know that? Okay, there we go. Okay, see, that could have been so much worse. So very much worse. But I recovered. And it opened up this space here that I could run the conveyor belt along. Seriously, that could have been so very much worse. I have a feeling I'm gonna be going for plates. The desire is there. The desire is there, but I have a feeling that's too sheer for me to reach. That's for when I got jetpacks. I'm about to start doing some, this clearly has no support structures nonsense, but like, I don't want to have to fill in and bend to that each time. But it looks so ugly. Like, I'll notice. Eh. I'm kind of curious. What's... Ah, yes, okay. This is not a bad spot to come down from. You know what? Fuck it. That's where we're gonna get it to. Because I was running out of foundation pieces. Ah. Okay, maybe I do need that. Oh, no. Yeah, in this game, you can generally assume the higher you go, the more dangerous the area is. For instance, some of the more potent uranium nodes are found at, like, absurd, like, altitudes. Like, there's one on top of a mesa. I'm not even sure how I would deal with that one. I don't even want to. Let's see, logistics. Okay, yeah, stack pulls are doable. I'm so gonna have to go back for, Did you just... You bitch. Ugh. Plus side of running long, the numbers I calculated for my smart plates suggested that it would take like 5 hours to produce 1,000 of those. Probably should have set up making the other bits, but whatever. When I get those set up, I can just go a Viking with my guns. Yeah. Though unfortunately, it doesn't give you as much leeway because, God, the giant green spiders. Actually, no. I once went into this like rainforest region, to the northeast, and I got so fucking mad. There was so much bullshit in that place. You don't even want to know. Like, there's a kind of an alpha version of those like warthog things, like the one that I saw a bit ago. They're about twice as big, and they pelt rocks at you if you're too far away. And as for like the giant spiders, there's a radioactive variant of them. And they jump so far and they hurt so much. It's so agonizing. I don't even care about the spitters because they're like hardly the worst.
In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Thanks for that, Ada. Okay, plates. I need plates. One sec. Okay. Was just checking something. Okay, let's see. Now let's see if I can't find my path to... Actually. Limestone. No, that's the wrong way. What was that node of stuff that I saw? Oh, whatever. Ooh, berries. A very, very good day. See, that is obviously limestone. That's a pure node, too. Good to know. But still, why did that not pick up? I'm curious. Huh. Up there, it seems. Let's see. Stack pole, stack pole. I think it is. And I've mostly been running long to run up my my average viewership. I bet I'm gonna like get to the end of the stream, which I think I might actually in the next few minutes, because I am list starving. But I bet I'm gonna get to the end of this, and the review is gonna be like, oh, you only had 2 people the entire time because it's fucking Twitch. Like, genuinely, all I want to do is reach affiliate this week, so I can put that out of my mind. The reason it's got to be this week is, is because like I currently have, the way it works is you have to have X amount of followers, X amount of streamed time. And you have to have had 4 streams with 4 or like 3 concurrent like average viewers. But I've had good numbers listed this entire time. But I suspect it's going to be like, no. I'm trying not to be doom and gloom about it, but like it has been legitimately one of the more frustrating experiences. But, like, you have to do that over the course of a 30-day period. Let's place that. Ugh. But again, I've had not bad numbers this entire stream long, so at least not with respect to what's been listed on Twitch, so I can always hope. Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to start up a raid on Ignatius_EN because I desperately need food. So, thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate you for having stuck around as long as you did. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. EA, I hope you sleep well because I know it's like brutally like early in the morning right now. Thank you again. I will be back tomorrow. But again, I appreciate you all for hanging out as long as you did. I have been Paladin Ashe, and I am signing off.